not on the agenda. If any are here to comment about the fire department, please wait until that item is presented. And the council will open the public comment for that item. Thank you.
So this time we will open public comments for items not on the agenda. Thank you. Please, step forward to the podium, state your name and address, and please proceed.
On the interest of time, I do know that we do have a new employee presentation, so I'd like to ask Chief Velasco to proceed.
Good evening, honorable council members, mayor, city manager, madam clerks, community members, and guests. It is my privilege and my honor to present our newest police officer, Christopher Aaron Drake. Christopher honorably served in the United States Marine Corps and chose and desired to serve his community once more, and is now serving us here in Avenal. And I'd like to welcome him. Thank you, sir.
Do we have any comments online?
I have a comment.
Is it not about fire?
No, it's not about fire.
Okay.
Go ahead, Veronica.
Yes, I wanted to draw, good evening, council. This is Veronica Aguirre. I wanted to draw attention to, I mean, it's not about fire, but it is on the agenda, and it's the staffing issue. I'm just a little concerned as to why does a city of just over 13,000 people need an assistant city manager? Why are we discussing promotions and salary increases when our public safety is on the chopping block? I would like to bring that to your attention because I am not really quite understanding why we continue to give people salary increases and promotions when we're such a small town, and putting other things that are much more important at risk. And I also want to bring to your attention, I don't understand why we are continuing to pay CRISCOM for economic development to bring in businesses without really supporting the local entrepreneurs that live and have families and keep our community vibrant and are struggling to stay afloat. It's pretty much free to just put something out to try to entice people off the I-5 to come into town, to come and maybe enjoy a salad at the gallery, grab a coffee by the internal coffee team. And instead, we're being faced with all these reckless plans, and we're continuing to give people pay increases and promotions. I think there's somebody in IT that has like 2 different titles, and I'm not really understanding that. But when our safety's on the chopping block, this is something that really needs to reconsider. And I'm hoping council can just table these items and reconsider any kind of payroll or any kind of staffing issues should be tabled until public safety is made number 1. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have any other comments? Sounds good.
I think we're good to proceed, Mayor.
Yes, we're on public comments. Anybody can address city council right now. Do you have any questions or comments? Please go ahead.
I don't see any comments, Mayor. I think we're good.
Hearing none, anything.
I don't see any comments, Mayor. I think we're good.
Hearing none, anything.
I don't see any comments, Mayor. I think we're good.
Thank you. With that, we'll close public comments and move on. We'll move over to the next item
I
on
don't
the
see any
agenda.
comments, Mayor. I think we're good.
Thank you. With that, we'll close public comment and move on. We'll move over to the next item
I
on
don't
the
see any
agenda.
comments, Mayor. I think we're good.
Thank you.
Yeah, we understand. We weren't speaking. There was a feedback issue right now.
Testing, is it better? Hello?
Go ahead.
Good now. So, item number 4 is the consent calendar, but before we move over into it, at this time, I would like to, motion to make 2 changes on the agenda tonight. One of them is set to table item 4B and to the next meeting, and that is on the consent calendar. Also move item 9A in consideration of the time of everybody that is here present to, item, 5C of the consent calendar. Is there a second for the motion? There's a second by Councilmember Reynosa. Angie, roll call, please.
Councilman Reynosa?
Yeah.
Councilman Verdugo?
Yes.
Councilman Hernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Preciado?
Yes. For the record, it passed by a vote of 401 absent. We'll move over to item, 6. No, 5. 5, we have a mayor and council member and successor agency items for consideration. And we have a presentation by Westlands Water District. I believe we have a chief presentation. Welcome, please.
Okay, good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
My name is Jason Mendez. I'm with the Westlands Water District, and we've always believed in education and investing in the youth. Who are going to be our future leaders. And I'll say that I was at the Avenal High School scholarship ceremony last night, and the amount of alumni that were there that were giving back to the community and in public service was actually, it was amazing. And yeah, many of you up here. So you guys are doing something right with that. The educational institution here is amazing. It's really inspiring. So to talk about that, we give out, this is our 19th year of giving out scholarships, and we do the scholarships to the high schools in and around the district. If you're not familiar with the district, it's right on the other side of the hill, on the other side of the I-5. We are the largest agricultural water district in the United States, so just right here. And like I said, we've been doing this for 19 years, and we put the scholarship out to high schools from Mendota all the way to Avenal, and the competition is really, really tough. But it's with great honor to present one of Avenal's very own, a scholarship. And I've got a couple of, I'm going to speak a little bit about, we've got some from the state senate. Congratulations on being recognized by Westland's Water District Scholarship. We wish you all the success and pursue your dreams and goals and making your community a better place. Congratulations on the bestowment, and I wish you success in all your future endeavors. Miss Melissa Hurtado. So there's that one. And another certificate from Alexandra Macedo. Just to put on there. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce to you Samantha Garcia, the winner of our $1,000 Westlands Scholarship. She will be, in the fall, she will be attending Cal Poly and studying business administration. So hopefully we'll see you back here at the alumni, giving out maybe your own scholarship. Who knows? We'll see. So it would be okay if we get a picture with council and family. If you have any family that are here, would like to get some pictures. Just a quick shout out. We do those scholarships every year. So if there's any juniors in the room or you're going to be in high school, just keep an eye out for that because, yeah, you never know. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that announcement. And with that, we'll go into item 5B, and that is another special recognition for the girls of the Reed Sunset Middle School softball team. And also the cross country.
Awesome, thank you. Honorable Mayor, City Council members. So we'll try to keep this brief because I believe they already have a practice or another game to go to. So today we will recognize various teams and athletes of Avenal who have achieved outstanding success in their respective sports. We have the distinct honor of celebrating the remarkable achievements of our local athletes who have brought pride and recognition to the city of Avenal through their dedication and excellence in sports. So at this time, first we will recognize the Reef Sunset Middle School girls softball team for their outstanding achievement. For their outstanding achievement in earning first place at the first annual Reef Sunset Softball Tournament. Your teamwork and determination have set a wonderful example for our young athletes in our community. Way to go, girls. And on behalf of the council, there are certificates and also a plaque. Are we ready? Okay, I'll be naming them off. Okay, Jamily Camacho. Okay. Evella Conchas. Cindy Espinosa. Desmarie Hernandez. Vanessa Hernandez. Jimena Jimenez. Miabela Martinez. Jayla Navarrete. Jocelyn Orozco. Isabela Ortiz. Haley Ortiz. Camille Ramirez. Azaira Roman. Alina Sanchez. And Gianna Alvarez. And then we also, yep, a little special plaque for the success that you've earned. Keep up the good work. Loud and proud. Still got 3 more to go. Next, we'd like to honor the Reef Sunset Middle School 13 to 14 boys cross-country team for their remarkable first place finish in the 4,000-meter race at the Valley Youth Championship. Again, your perseverance and athletic excellence. Your perseverance and athletic excellence inspire us all. So we have 3 champions. We have Kevin Marino. Jonathan Munoz. And Manuel Nunez. Then all right, let's continue. Now the next one. Next, we have our RSMS Sports Track and Field. So we now want to celebrate the Reef Sunset Middle School Boys 13 to 14 Boys Track and Field team for their exceptional double victory. First place in the 4x800 meter relay and the 1500 meter race. Your commitment to excellence reflects the very best of Avenal's youth. So here we have 4, Jose Gomez, Kevin Marino, double victory right there. Silvino Castro. And Cervelio Hernandez. Way to go once again, boys. And the platinum. Good work. Any way we can keep supporting. All right. Not probably for the biggest group. But finally, we'd like to recognize the San Miguel Epejan Premier Champions of the Liga de Fútbol Amateurs Torneo de Invierno 2024-2025. So do we have all those members here? No? Some of them? That's fine. By the certificate? So do we call out the names or? Okay. That's fine. I'll just read off. So let me continue on. The dedication to an outstanding performance in the intramural soccer league demonstrates the passion and community spirit that makes Avenal special. We hope your success will inspire other sports leagues throughout the community to come together and create similar opportunities for athletes of all ages. To all the honored athletes, I'll read that later, but so we have two members here. Yes. So I'll read out the names first very quickly. I was able to see their championship game and actually already see them practicing once again for the next season. So the players are Eduardo Marin, Victor E. Santana, Carlos Lopez, Jorge Burgos, Jesus Montero, Cesar Montero, Eliseo Gonzalez, Iván Escalante, David Catalán, Antonio Rios, José Ornelas, David Vázquez, Iván Flores, Jorge Hernández, David Reynosa Jr., Alexander Reynosa, Miguel Fernando, Omar Torres, Oliver Ramirez, Flavor Ramirez, Juan Naranjo, Axel Medina, and Johnny Villa. Big groups. And then a special recognition, of course, to their coach, David Reynosa. Put that up. There's a picture there where they won.
So at this time, we're moving item,
Yeah, so before jumping onto the change, it seems that the council did not vote to approve the consent calendar, so there needs to be a motion on for the consent calendar. So just returning quickly to number 4.
so we need a motion to approve the consent calendar as amended.
I also move to do the consent calendar as amended to table item B and move item 9A up to 5C
And approving A and C on the consent.
and approving A and C.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
A second by Councilmember Hernandez. Any roll call, please?
Councilman Reynosa?
Yeah.
Councilman Verdugo,
Yes.
Councilman Hernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Preciado.
Yes, for the record, it passed for one absent. Thank you. With that, we'll move over into 5C, which is the line is
Yes.
to believe it's new business, and the city manager will take this presentation.
Yes, that one. Just give me 1 second. There. So thank you everyone for being here this evening. I know there's a lot of information and a lot of concern regarding the item that's on the agenda regarding the formation of a volunteer fire department. So what we're going to do right now is give a little presentation regarding kind of what's been going on, explaining a little bit of the background on why this discussion and why the possibility of forming a fire department has come about. I have a presentation. I'm gonna read through the frequently asked questions first and then jump into a little more background, just to kind of hopefully answer some questions I believe have been circulating in the community. It is nice to see so many community members here. And obviously, we do want to listen to and hear all the questions, the concerns on this. And that way to definitely make it informed and a well-made decision. So I will jump briefly. Like I said, into the frequently asked questions that kind of what the background is on this. So why even consider transitioning to a local fire department? It's kind of a natural progression for our city. Avenal incorporated in 1979, and it's always been its mission, speaking to its former city manager, former council people, that Avenal to become a sustained and efficient city. Part of that 15 years ago was forming the police department. That was one step. We formally contracted with the sheriffs when the city started. And that's been something that's been discussed on the fire department for over at least 20 years. And I'll get into it more in the presentation, but there has been discussions on this, not just from a few months ago, not just from last year, but it's been a kind of idea and plan to eventually reach that. I'll skip on the funding for now. There's been discussions on it to see, what it would take to form such a department. With volunteer fire departments, it's not a new concept, or some areas, some cities have had them for over structure fire. Majority of the calls for service, about 87%, based on the data we have, are on medical, and I know that is a big question as well. But regarding that move, obviously there would be plans to have a mutual aid with other agencies. First among them would be Avenal State Prison. They do currently already do mutual aid and usually provide an immediate response. We would also be working with CAL FIRE out of Huron, the Kalinga Fire Department, the Moore Fire Department, and we'd hope to continue with Kings County Fire as well. Questions about equipment. Obviously, some equipment may take longer to get, but we do know that there are partners throughout the county, well, throughout the region in the Central Valley, that would help us acquire some used equipment and a lot of other equipment that would be obviously acquired quickly. So what would it be to be a volunteer firefighter? We are currently posted for recruitment to seek out interest from the community on that. And this is actually already outdated, but we do have about 23 individuals already interested in taking the step to maybe becoming a firefighter, as a volunteer firefighter. We have 7 from the community who actually work for the city currently, and then others that work in our police departments, and of course, members throughout. Training, I know is a question. We would work to have a Fundamental Fire Academy, receive the training, obviously, from our fellow agencies and partners. There is some hard requirements, about 240 hours to train start, then annually training for refreshers. We would meet any fire marshal standards to do so, and anyone who does not meet those minimum standards would not be allowed to engage in firefighting activities. Will volunteers respond to medical emergencies? Yes, that would be part of their basic training, and they follow all the standard fire service operations. And where would this new fire station be located? We do have the Ken Brown Public Safety Building. It's not, we call it the PD, but it is meant to be a public safety building. It was with that intent that someday the west wing of the hospital, what used to be the hospital, could be retrofitted into something for a firefighting apparatus. We already have American Ambulance that's there, the police department that's there. We would hope to have offices there for the fire chief, a battalion chief. There would be the two full-time paid positions, a meeting and training room, living quarters for emergencies, and they would have access to a full service gym. That's a nutshell, and I understand that there's still more questions. I just want to make sure everyone had that basic information to start with. And then I'll go on to my presentation. Right. Let's see. That's great. Showing that. Good. Okay. The idea of an Avenal Volunteer Fire Department. Okay. As I mentioned already, since incorporation, the city 1979 has relied from the county fire protection services. All cities eventually do strive to become self-sufficient, becoming what's known as a full-service city, where they provide all these services in-house. Again, we did this 15 years ago with the police department. The idea, at least for this, been over 20 years. At one point, there wasn't really much discussion on it, but over time, looking to see what improvements could be done, how to bring more benefits into the community. 5 years ago, when I started as city manager, I kind of jumped in the middle of what was being done between Avenal and Corcoran on conducting a study on how to kind of create what is known as a fire services district, which would have encompassed the entire county, all the cities. This was not something that was deemed feasible because the other cities, Lemoore and Hanford, likely would not go for it since they already have their own fire departments. And just a note, Corcoran, just like Avenal, also contracts with county fire. Over time, obviously, there had to be a charge to these services, and obviously things have gone up. The county has been gracious in charging amounts that the city could afford with gradual increases. For the last 10 months, the city and the county have been in discussions about the renewal of the city's contract for fire services for the current fiscal year onwards. Over the past 8 years, the city has agreed to gradual increases of up to $50,000 each year, understanding that there has been a subsidy to the full cost based on some of the calls happening outside the city. And there'll be some information here about that subsidized cost based on the information that's been provided to the city. The county has always worked with the city, and we have been grateful for that. Unfortunately, that unsubsidized cost has continued to grow. So on the left, you'll see what the cost has been over the years that the city has paid for through its general fund. These are the proceeds of any revenues such as the vehicle licensing tax, property taxes, and sales taxes. As you can see, it's gradually gone from 290 up to 425. Those have all been negotiated. The proposal and the discussions that have happened were to increase it by another 25,000 this fiscal year. And then knowing that, difficulties in budgets, that the county would no longer be able to subsidize the cost. And that cost would now be the actual cost of 1.2 million, which would then increase the burden on the general fund to 806,000, almost 807,000, followed by, again, gradual increases of 33,000 the following years, pending any other future increases, COLAs and such. Now, caveat to this, the city did try to work with the county and discuss on more gradual and maybe higher increases, going from 50,000 to 100,000, and jumping that again to reach closer to 1 million to begin closing the gap. Proposal, which is the alternative scenario, did not count for any subsidy, but instead the full cost of service. One thing to note, what's highlighted in yellow is a portion of property taxes that the city does not receive directly, but instead goes and paid directly to the county. This is also included in the total cost. So although we've said that the cost is 1.6 million, it's actually closer to about 1.7 million when incorporating that property taxes that the city does not receive, is entitled to, but goes to pay towards fire protection services. That, and here in these both scenarios, shows that that would continue with the gradual increases. Currently 425 this year, then going up 433, so on and so forth. So and this kind of explains that a little bit better, data that was provided to us regarding the allocation of where the assessed values and then how much would be kind of contributed to the fire contract. So over 10 years, it's been over 3.5 million that go directly to pay for fire services. Again, money that the city does not receive directly, but is entitled to. One point that's been brought up and is revenues from Measure A. That is something that was passed in 2022. And in it does explain it was a general sales tax, meaning it goes straight to the general fund to be used on whatever the needs of the city are. It was to preserve the safety and character of Avenal and maintain essential general services for Avenal residents, including police, 911 emergency response, fire protection, disaster preparedness, recreational programs, facilities, park maintenance, improvements to the road, street maintenance, repairs, and other essential services. So the hope with Measure A was that it could be used to supplement the general fund and again, pay for a multitude of services that the city is required to provide. It does include fire protection. And at the time when it was brought up, this was at least my understanding of the subsidized cost was about 254,000 at that time, 2021, 2022. As we've seen, that cost has risen quite a bit. To a lot more than 250,000. 700 and such. Looking at the budget, thankfully, Measure A has done better than expected. Last year with actual receipts being about 974,000, so double the anticipated revenue of the 500,000. We projected it right under $1 million for this year as well. But based on the increase of 807,000, that would eat up basically the entirety of the Measure A fund. When negotiations did start on this matter back in August, this was one of the first proposals that was presented to the city regarding the full cost of operating Station 12. It is a little outdated because we did negotiate back down some of these items, but at the initial start was paying for the full cost of service for that station, no longer taking into consideration any subsidy or any consideration to the fact that not all calls may happen here in Avenal. And that is a position that the city respects, given that there is mutual aid that comes from other stations throughout the county to then come help out here. One issue is just the burden of overhead from administrative costs of people not necessarily associated directly at Station 12, but in the management of fire services throughout the county. That is something that we noted that because of that burden of that overhead is something that if we started our own department, we wouldn't have such a high cost. You'll see here it's between 6 employees. And then of course, administrative costs here of about 140,000 as well. And then of course, hard costs of actual materials and equipment. All that leading to 1.6 million, at least at that time. Some of these items were removed, such as the OES manager and some other things I think were recalculated to bring that number a little bit down. So seeing all of this, in order to continue providing and grow all city services equitably, an increase of 806,000 in 1 year was not seen as feasible, at least not all at once. Departments would need to see staff reduction or cuts, such as to recreation, public works, and the police department. While Measure A is averaging 1 million per year, again, it would leave very little to other departments or services that are also facing inflation and increasing costs everywhere. So this is going back to the heart of the matter, exploring the idea of volunteer fire. The city explored contracting with other neighboring entities like CAL FIRE, potentially private firefighters, even CDCR, Avenal State Prison, who already provide mutual aid. The upfront costs were deemed too high since we have no locally owned infrastructure or talent. The city explored different models and determined that a hybrid of volunteer fire departments with paid stipends for their callouts, and then starting with two permanent full-time positions of a fire chief and a battalion chief was a more suitable model for a city with less than an average about 10 to 20 structure fires per year. And in those discussions, we've talked to many other volunteer fire departments from Fireball, Chowchilla, Reedley, Lemoore, Orange Cove, and Los Palos, some of our more closer neighbors who have been kind of guiding and providing information on their model and how that can potentially function for a city like Avenal. So again, speaking about the structure that's at least envisioned at this time is having a fire chief, which that search has begun, a battalion chief, and then volunteers. We're hoping to start with at least 20, and at this time, we do have 23 local individuals that have been identified. 7 from Public Works and 3 from our police officers. There's a list of those names. I forgot to put the flyer here, but we are having an interest meeting next Saturday at noon at the Veterans Hall, just to go over and start kind of taking those first steps. So what would be the benefits to a volunteer fire department? As mentioned at the start, it's partially about local control. A city-run department could mean faster, quicker decisions, faster response times, and the ability to set our own standards of service. This would create career pathways for our local residents, provide hands-on training, leadership opportunities, and a direct path to fire service careers for Avenal residents. It would keep the funding local, with city funds staying within Avenal, supporting our own infrastructure and workforce rather than being sent out to other jurisdictions. We would hope to improve upon the ability to have a response time and coverage, given that we are isolated from other county stations. We already rely on Avenal State Prison for mutual aid. This would build upon that local readiness. We would want to meet or exceed safety staff the discussions have been had about having that even having 2 or 3 would not be enough to legally enter a burning structure under the 2 in, 2 out safety rule. A volunteer force would help fill that gap, ensuring that we have the manpower needed without having to wait on potentially delayed mutual aid. This would also then bring some benefits of having an in-house fire marshal services, supporting our business inspection, building certifications, fire code compliance, community safety education. We would hope to have local training on fire prevention, emergency preparedness, and home protection best practices with our community members, and working towards weed abatement enforcement, timely inspections and notices to again reduce fire risk and improve property safety across the community. Prevention is the best key. And this is data that we've collected regarding at least the calls for service and kind of the nature of those calls for service, and why we felt that, given that there's not an abundance of structure fires, more so medical related calls, that this would be something that the city could help manage. Some of the questions that, and I know there'll be more questions, are as in insurance. Will my home insurance go up if Avenal switches to a volunteer fire department? The short answer is insurance rates happen to go up regardless of whether Avenal has a county fire or city run department. These rates are kind of determined by outside forces that the state then allows. So insurance companies are already slated to raise premiums statewide due to wildfire risk and state approved increases in some areas as high as 30%. Again, irregardless of who the fire department is in Avenal. Fire departments are rated using something called a PPC, Public Protection Classification, score from 1 best to 10. This rating helps some, but not all insurers set the premiums. Would switching to a volunteer fire department switching to a volunteer fire department doesn't automatically change our PPC. Unless the city requests a new evaluation, the current PPC stays in place. The rates wouldn't necessarily change because of the transition. Avenal can request a PPC evaluation if and when a new department is ready. Give time to make the improvements that ensure that the safety rating is favorable for insurance companies. One thing you can do of lowering your rate is fire safe upgrades at your home, clearing brush, fire resistant materials. And state law does require insurance companies to offer discounts if you do things like this. So back to how do we pay for this? And I know I skipped that in the FAQ. So at current, the city already budgets 450,000 annually from the general fund for county fire services. This is money that would be then used directly to support our own department. We'd be regaining local tax revenue of those 420, 430 in property taxes currently kept by the county to help to fund the county fire services could be redirected back to city's fire. There would be one-time cost to the retrofit of the fire facility and for equipment, and those would be covered through next year's general fund budget. And then once a department is established, there would be grants that are available and reimbursements through potential mutual aid to other outside entities. And of course, we'd hope to shoot for state and federal grants to help reduce those costs. And that is the end of that presentation of release. Ooh, I went too fast. Of at least some of the background and information. And I know the mayor will be opening it up to public comments and kind of reiterating the public comments. But just to kind of preface it a little bit more, again, this is not something that was a decision made lightly or even an exploration made lightly from a week ago, 6 months ago. It's been something that's been in the works for Avenal for a long time. And it was just a matter of, when the timing was best, when the community would hopefully support it, and how if we had the resources and help to make it happen. The police chief, the assistant chief, myself, consultant, have all been kind of working on trying to build out the structure and figuring out how to best make it happen. And at very least, there is community support with 23 individuals looking to help make this happen. I'm sure we'll receive more interest pretty soon. And the idea is to, again, have a self-sufficient community able to keep funding here, promote our own economy, promote career pathways and fire and other opportunities. So that's the positive to this change. Change is scary, can be difficult. I was away to college when the PD started back in 2010, and I know there was backlash. There was a lot of concern then, and that did come together eventually. And now it's one of the pillars of our communities, having our own police department. And that's the same vision that we have, seeing our own fire department as well. So that being said, I'll pass it back to council and allow mayor to either have a discussion or open it to public comments.
Are there any comments from council?
Not yet.
Okay. Before I open it to public hearing, I want to make sure that the community understands that we gotta be respectful to each other. Please treat your everybody with respect. This won't be the only time we're gonna talk about this. I'm sure there's a lot of questions, a lot of concerns, and a lot of misinformation too out there. Especially the posts on internet, Facebook, or we're planning on having a town hall meeting at least 2 hours next week, about 6 or 7.
Yeah, next Tuesday at 6 p.m. Location to be determined if here, if not the Veterans Hall, but there will be an announcement for that.
And the reason for that is, as you understand, we gotta stay neutral. I know there's support, but I know there's also some concerns and some people against it. So the idea is to give everyone the opportunity, the whole community. Unfortunately, a lot of people were not able to come today, but we're gonna be respectful for the time of each other. We have to continue with the agenda. This is the time that council takes care of city business. So I received a request from our District 2 Supervisor Richard Valle to give everyone here present the opportunity to speak. We usually give 3 minutes, so we just would like to ask you to be considerate of the time, and we will let everyone speak. But like I said, we still have more time to talk about it, to answer your questions and what's your concern, and make sure that we understand where we're moving forward with this decision. So with that, I will open,
Any person may directly address the city council agency at this time on any items of the agenda, other items of interest. The public that is within the matter jurisdiction of the city council successor agency. State law prohibits any member of the city council agency from commenting or acting on matters not on the agenda. 3 minutes are allowed per person. Yes. And I'm gonna call up Karen Martinez.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, city manager, clerks, council. My name is Karen Martinez and I'm the County Administrative Officer for the county. So my role is to oversee the day-to-day operations of the county. You could say my position is equivalent to city manager as Tony holds. I am here today with Supervisor Chairman Verboen, Doug Verboen, and Supervisor Richard Valley. So I've been the one who's been actively negotiating the contract with your city manager. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you tonight, and I would like to take a moment to recap the county's efforts and express our concerns regarding the city's recent decision to withdraw from the fire service contracts. The county has engaged with the city on how to proceed with the expired contract. The last formal response we received from the city was on February 14th about contract costs. On March 7th, we responded detailed information, including calls, property tax information, costs of our firefighters detailed out. I followed up twice after that, most recently on May 14th, offering to schedule a call or even meet to discuss next steps. On May 16th, last Friday, during a verbal conversation, we were informed of the city's intent to withdraw, given a letter to initiate a month-to-month contract after July 1st. Until that point, there had been no indication that this was under consideration. While we understand the city's position and respect your decision-making authority, our county remains concerned about the potential impacts to community safety. Our primary goal has always been to maintain reliable and equitable fire protection services for the region. We've been operating without a contract since last year when it expired on July 1st, 2024, and have invested a considerable amount of time and resources in providing the data to the city for all the requests and be as transparent as possible since the fall. To date, the city has only offered one counter proposal. It's important to understand that while our contract to the city has gone up, bargaining began in 2022 and the county conducted a comprehensive salary survey to address longstanding pay equity concerns. This survey compared similar roles across agencies to ensure employees, firefighters included, were compensated fairly. The Board of Supervisors approved the salary adjustments would contribute to the increased costs in our fire service contracts. We received much public support to do this. As the individual responsible for overseeing the county's entire budget, I must ensure you that all contracts, especially those involving essential services, reflect the full cost and fiscal prudence to our taxpayers. Our proposed contract, the request from the city for the Avenal Fire Station next year was $1.2 million. As Tony indicated, this county has been graciously covering the costs of ongoing contracts. I want to address the city's recent FAQ regarding the use of property tax revenue to fund the fire fund service. The county and the city have a longstanding master property tax agreement in place since 1995. This agreement was agreed by the city and the county, and this agreement operates in 5-year terms with automatic renewals. A master tax agreement is a long-term agreement arrangement between the county and the city and outlines how property tax revenue will be shared when land is annexed or service areas changes. The total cost for the Avenal Fire Station next year is $1.6 million as indicated. However, with that master property tax agreement that I talked about, the county receives approximately $400,000 in property tax. Any changes to this agreement, including any adjustments to tax shares, require formal county city approval and negotiations. This is detailed and time-sensitive process. Without receiving a formal request to initiate this change, it would be misleading to state that these funds would be used to start the fire department as noted in the FAQ. We remain open to continued dialogue and welcome a collaborative path forward and prioritize our public safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Dolly Justin Silvera.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of the community. My name is Dolly Justin Silvera, and I'm here on behalf of Kings County Firefighters Association. We would like to speak about the city's decision to terminate its contract with Kings County Fire and transition to a volunteer fire department. Let me begin by making one thing very clear. Our concerns tonight are not about losing a contract. We have no indication that our personnel will lose positions. This is not about jobs. This is about public safety. Station 12 in Avenal is currently staffed around the clock by 2 trained professional firefighters. These firefighters are dedicated solely to protecting this community, ready to respond within 2 minutes of an emergency, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That level of service cannot be replicated with volunteer fire model. A volunteer fire department by nature cannot guarantee immediate response times. There is no assurance that anyone will be available, let alone properly trained and equipped when the next structure fire, vehicle accident, or medical emergency strikes. And when seconds matter, delay can mean the difference between life and death. This decision also carries serious financial consequences for the community. A drop in fire protection services will likely impact Avenal's ISO rating, which will directly affect insurance rates for property owners. Homeowners and business owners could see their premiums skyrocket or worse, lose coverage altogether. That's a burden this community should not have to bear. We also reviewed the proposed budget for the transition, and frankly, the numbers don't add up. That cost appears miscalculated and underestimated the true price of building and maintaining a fire department from scratch. On top of that, the city of Avenal doesn't own the station or the equipment currently in use, key pieces of infrastructure that are essential for even the most basic fire protection services. Tonight, we urge the council to reconsider this move. The safety of Avenal's residents, families, and future is at stake. Replacing a professional fire service with an untested volunteer model is not a step forward. It's a gamble with lives and livelihoods. Thank you. Thank you.
Teresa Pierre.
Hi, my name is Teresa Pierre. I've been a resident of Avenal for over 30 years, but my family has been here for over 80. I have several concerns about the proposal to end the contract with the Kings County Fire Department. First, let me address the current firemen. I want to thank you for your hard work and dedication to serve and protect us. For years, you have been a vital part of our community, engaging with the community, showing up for our annual last day of VBS celebration, and giving educational tours of the fire trucks to excited little ones. For the city to state that by establishing a volunteer-based fire department, they would be delivering a higher level of service is not only untrue, but it is a complete and total lack of respect for the current firemen we have. I would like to know where these volunteers are coming from. We have a hard enough time getting volunteers for local community events or to coach youth sports, but we expect an entire team of dedicated, unpaid volunteers to serve and protect us. It's been stated we currently have 12 city employees interested in transitioning to fire roles. Is this poorly worded or untrue? To transition means to change or shift from one state to another. So will they be shifting from paid city employees to unpaid firemen? Or is there more that we don't know? This proposal has not been thoroughly thought out. Have you considered our homeowner insurance? When insurance companies become aware that we no longer are protected by county fire, rates are going to go up, way up. What about new businesses coming to town? I know it's a goal for Avenal to grow and develop, but I find it hard to believe businesses will be comfortable coming to Avenal knowing the level of fire protection is reliant on volunteers. I can't begin to understand how the city thinks that this is in our best interest. This is not. It is a huge step backwards. Elected officials, If you feel confident in this plan because they developed police department years ago, it is because they developed it years ago, it is not a volunteer police department. The police officers are paid. It is their job. They have graduated from the police academy. A police car is a fraction of the cost of a fire engine. The city tries, but sadly, they continuously fall short. A sports complex on the edge of town that is poorly kept, and so far it's only accessible by a car, establishing new pocket parks with little shade, a new gym that is still yet to be finished, and a new sign at the enter and exit of town that is used more as a poorly worded advertisement that you don't even have a chance to read while driving. I fear this volunteer fire department will be the next thing in line to fall short. There are only two things keeping me in Avenal, my home and my family. This ridiculous idea puts both in jeopardy. I am embarrassed and angered by the proposed actions. I pray it is not too late to undo this mistake you're making. Thank you for your time.
Ted Wonk.
Good evening. My name is Ted Welk, and I and my wife have made Avenal our home for the past 21 years. And I stand before you this evening with a heavy heart. The city government of Avenal prides itself on accountability and transparency, yet the citizens of Avenal were informed only 3 days ago that the city was already far along in a process of creating a volunteer fire department. I, along with many others in Avenal, were shocked. I assumed that any changes to such an essential, critical, indeed life and death service for our community would be a topic for public discussion. Apparently not. This morning, I was informed that the city has already submitted a letter to the Kings County Fire Department to transition fire service from the county to the city beginning as early as August the There is no way that the service provided by a volunteer fire department will even come close to the professionalism and dedication of full-time firefighters. This puts the safety and security of our community at risk. There's a reason we don't have a volunteer police force or a volunteer EMTs. The stakes are just too high. When our eldest son became a professional firefighter, he had to first obtain EMT certification, then apply and be accepted after physical testing to the COS Fire Academy for 20 weeks of intensive training to receive a firefighter one certificate. Then he applied to county fire academies, which was a lengthy and stressful process, any firefighter will tell you, where upon acceptance, he spent 4 grueling months training 10 to 14 hours a day plus homework before graduating. A third of his class were fired or dropped out due to physical, classroom, and even moral issues. After that, he spent an entire year on probation, simply shadowing veteran firefighters before being considered a standalone professional firefighter. And I bring all this up because I think the city is vastly underestimating the professionalism and dedication of our firefighters. Even the most sincere and dedicated volunteer can't hold a candle to that kind of training and experience. Besides that, our firefighters are already a part of our community. They choose to work in Avenal. Mark Hahn has been here for 32 years, for crying out loud. The first duty of government is to protect its citizens. If, in fact, this vote means anything this evening, I ask with respect, is the city council able to guarantee the citizens of Avenal that from day one of a volunteer fire department, we would receive the same service and be as safe as with the dedicated professionals of the Kings County Fire Department who now serve our city? If you cannot guarantee this, you must vote no on resolution 2025-31 because our lives depend on it. Thank you.
Jeannie Tillotson.
Hi, my name is Jeannie Tillotson. I've lived in this community since 1989 when I started my job at the Avenal State Prison. There we go. Hear me? Okay. Hi, my name is Jeannie Tillotson. I've been a resident of this community since 1989. I moved here for my job at the prison, but I feel of this community. And I am just so disappointed that we are finding out about this. I found out about it today. What happened? We had more public meetings when we went to move the rate for the water, when Melissa was the city manager, then we had notice of something this significant. Have you completely forgotten about your community? Sitting at those tables, making those decisions? We should have been involved in this. We have a say. We pay the taxes that support you. You need to support us.
Thank you. Thanks. Just to step in very quickly, I know there is que tenemos muchos aquí hispanohablantes que quizás no pueden entender todo lo que se está diciendo ahorita. Afortunadamente no estuvimos preparados con traducción en vivo, interpretación en vivo. Entonces, algo que mencionó el alcalde Preciado es que sí vamos a tener otro junta martes a las 6, que se va a anunciar, no sé si vaya a ser aquí o en el Salón de los Veteranos, para poder tener el mejor diálogo sobre este tópico. Ahorita como es junta oficial de la ciudad, que para tratar los temas de negocio nuevo, no necesariamente estuvimos preparados en eso, y para eso sí les pido disculpas. So just very quickly, just stating that we're having a town hall meeting next week and we'll be more prepared to have interpretation.
Translation.
Claro que sí, y esa conversación será más adecuado para martes, cuando se va a hacer otro foro con la comunidad. Cualquier
Ed Raymond.
Good evening, Mayor, council members.
Good evening.
I'm Kings County Firefighters Association President, Ed Ryman. We come before you out of serious concern for the community of Avenal. As someone who understands what's at stake when we talk about fire protection and emergency response. The move replacing paid professional fire department service with a volunteer department. And I want to be clear, this is a step backwards in public safety. Is a risk they cannot afford to take. Our professional firefighters are highly trained, experienced, and ready 24 hours a day. They committed their lives to protecting the communities they serve. You call 911 and they're at your door in minutes. Not hours, not when it's convenient, but immediately. That kind of reliability isn't just valuable, it's life-saving. A volunteer fire service, while honorable and appreciated, simply cannot provide the same level of protection. Volunteers have full-time jobs, families, and personal obligations. Their response times can vary greatly. Their availability during the weekday work hours is unpredictable. And emergency seconds matter. And delayed responses can mean the difference between a small kitchen fire or a home lost or much worse. And we just had one last night. Professional departments train constantly. We don't just meet the minimum standards, we exceed them. We are prepared for complex emergencies, structure fires, hazardous materials response, technical rescues, and large-scale disasters. Volunteers, through no fault of their own, often lack time and resources in that level of preparation. Transitioning to a volunteer model risks your ISO rating, we discussed that already, which means higher insurance payments for residents and businesses in this community. So while it might seem like a cost-saving measure today, you could be paying more tomorrow in insurance and property loss and in lives. We're not here to criticize volunteers. Many of us started our careers that way. We're not here to tell an incorporated city what to do. But as firefighters that have worked this station, along with my colleagues back here around me have all worked this station, we know exactly what's going to become of this. Replacing a professional fire service with a volunteer department in this community is not responsible leadership. It's cutting corners at the expense of your community's safety. You owe it to your families, your businesses to invest in their safety, not gamble with it. Thank you.
Ron Moran.
Thank you, and I want to thank the city manager, the mayor, and the city council for listening to our concerns. My name is Ron Moran. I've been a resident here for the last 44 years, my wife for a lifetime. And we live at 801 North Fifth on the hill, so we're on the edge of town. And we've experienced a couple grass fires that have come right up to our place. And I want to thank the Kings County Fire Department for being on that so quickly that there was never an issue. We were able to get the fire out, even if it came in our yard. We were able to get it out before it got even close to the structures. And that's due to a very, very quick response. I appreciate the fact that the city is looking at different alternatives to try to come up with our financial problems and so forth. But the number one and main responsibility for you as city council people, mayor, and city manager, number one concern is for the safety and welfare of the people in your community. And to take professionals who are here 24/7, 365 days a year, that do a very, very good job, and oust them to bring in volunteers, and have nothing against the volunteers. I think a volunteer program would be great, alongside of a full ran, full-time employee with the county and working with them. That would be great. And we could maybe test that to see if that would work before we jump right into doing this. But basically, your responsibility is to the safety of the people here. And again, I agree, and some of these things are going to be said several times tonight, that it's just wrong to do this. So my wife and I have very deep concerns about going forward with this. We would like to stay with our professional Kings County firefighters. And the thing about insurance also, it's been mentioned, the ISO, and that's done by the PPC, which is the Public Protection classification. Our number, I would imagine, is pretty low right now where we're at. And I know with natural costs, it's gonna go up. We know that'll go up exponentially anyways. But when the insurance companies find out that we have a volunteer fire company serving us, that it's going to be a different story. And our cost of insurance will go up for each individual here, and every family, every home in Avenal. Mutual aid is just mutual aid. They're not going to be responsible. And some of them will be able to respond to us. Some of them with their own incidences may not be able to come. What we need is instant aid in our community, and that's what we have right now. There are places like Lemoore where the volunteer system does work, but that was something that was instituted several decades ago. And communities like that have they have Kings County Fire all the way around them, Stratford, the Palace, Armona, the Island District. And they have all those resources, and they're only 10 minutes away from a hospital with an emergency center. We're 45 minutes away. So it's quite a different setup there. So I'll give up my time now, but I am a concerned citizen and I urge you to vote no on this. Thank you.
Linda Laurie. Linda. Long. Vicky Tippins.
Hi, my name's Vicki Tippin. I've been a resident here for 35 years. I raised a family here, 12 years of school for all of them. We have a problem with the code enforcement already. The weeds are not being cut, they're dry. The property behind me is, if the fire went over there, you know, it's not gonna get on me, no, because we keep ours clean. But not everybody around does. Um, I urge the council to vote no. I want a fire department that is there for safety with what we have. So if the fire breaks, my house burnt. Kings County Fire put my china cabinet out the window and did not break a glass or a door on it. They earn their money. They come into burning homes and save children. People that aren't able to get up and get out. They do their job. I don't think we can ask the volunteers that would have to leave their home and go to the fire whenever the fire department is there and they just leave the fire department. We need a fire department here. We need trained professionals serving us. That's what we pay taxes. Thank you.
Veronica Bustamante.
I'm Ray Bolson and we, is my neighbor.
Hers is English and mine is Spanish, but it's the
Yeah.
same paper.
Is that okay?
Voy a traducir.
Is that all right? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, good evening, and I'm gonna say that everybody, so many people concerned, I mean, yeah, that are here that are concerned, have lived in Avenal for such a long time. And my grandfather came here in the early 30s, and my family's had businesses here all these years. And we are so concerned and afraid and love our community. And I'm gonna say, right now, our fire department is fast, professional, well-equipped, and has earned the trust of this community. So the big question is why change something that works? Volunteer fire departments often struggle with staffing shortages, longer response times, unlike full-time firefighters who are always ready to go. Volunteers must travel from home or work, delaying response times when every second counts. Other cities have made this transition only to regret it later when emergencies expose gaps in coverage. Then there's the financial issue. We've seen spending on pocket parks and essential products while basic services like road maintenance and weed abatement are neglected. Is this fire department transitioning actually about saving money? I know that these fund projects probably use grant money, but maybe we ought to be finding the money for essentials first. Before a city takes on this risk, we deserve full transparency, which I think that the city has presented, costs and et cetera. But what are the actual savings when it comes to, what happens to if volunteers quit or fail to respond? And most importantly, who is truly benefiting from this proposal? Fire protection isn't an area where we can afford to cut corners. Safety must come first. I urge the city to reconsider this transition and provide clear financial justification before making any decisions that could put lives and property at risk. And decisions like this should not be made by a few.
Buenas tardes para todos. Esto es para mi gente hispana, lo que dice Raylene. Yo lo voy a traducir para que entiendan lo que ella está diciendo. Estoy aquí porque yo y muchos otros tenemos serias preocupaciones sobre la propuesta de cambiar nuestro departamento de bomberos profesionales por un sistema voluntario. Actualmente, nuestro departamento de bomberos es rápido, profesional, bien equipados y han ganado la confianza de esta comunidad. Entonces, la gran pregunta es, ¿por qué cambiar algo que funciona? Los departamentos de bomberos voluntarios a menudo enfrentan escasez de personal y tiempos de respuesta más largos, y diferencia de los bomberos de tiempo completo que siempre están listos. Los voluntarios deben viajar desde su casa o trabajo, lo que retrasa la respuesta cuando cada segundo cuenta. Otras ciudades han hecho esta transición solo para lamentarlo después, cuando emergencias revelaron fallas en la cobertura. Luego está el problema financiero. Hemos visto gastos en parques pequeños y proyectos no esenciales, mientras que los servicios básicos como el mantenimiento de las carreteras y la eliminación de la maleza están siendo descuidados. Esta transición del Departamento de Bomberos es realmente para ahorrar dinero. Sé que estos proyectos divertidos probablemente usan ese dinero de subvenciones, pero tal vez deberíamos encontrar el dinero para lo primero. La protección contra incendios no es una área en lo que podemos permitirnos recortar gastos. La seguridad debe ser la prioridad. Insisto a la ciudad reconsiderar esta transición y proporcionar una justificación financiera clara antes de tomar decisiones que pueden poner en riesgo vidas y propiedades. Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Elías Cabrera.
Good evening to all the elected officials here tonight. I'm of the opinion that the city of Avenal is not in a position to go away from the current structures. But I came here with an open mind and I wanted to hear information from our leaders in the city in accordance to why we should move to a volunteer program. And not a single time have I heard a reason or a data point that justifies a change. Okay, there has been no indication or no communication from the city in regards to how the city and its organization is prepared to take on this project. I've heard no metrics, no KPIs. How do we know that public safety is going to remain at the same level or if not improved and not decrease? And I don't think that the city has presented any information that states that the citizens of this community can expect the same quality of service. Secondly, who are these volunteers and how are these volunteers going to be resourced to provide the services that the current Kings County Fire Department serves? Okay. Where are those resources coming from? We're stating that there's going to be a financial gap for the funding of the current fire department, but where is that money coming from for the resources that are needed for the volunteer program? Okay, from the numbers that were shown on the presentation, I didn't see any indication of any saving. I mean, I see some creative accounting, but that's about it. Okay, I come from a business background. I've had successful businesses. I've had businesses that have failed, and every penny counts. Okay, so I need to see from the city council and from our city officials a detailed project that shows that the services that the community needs in regards to safety will not be negatively impacted before the city council or any of its members or any of the city staff is prepared to vote on this volunteer program.
David Price.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is David Price. I'm a registered nurse. I've been a nurse for going on 18 years now. Many of those years were spent in the emergency room and critical care settings. I know firsthand how much time affects the outcome of patients in medical emergencies. I'll keep this short and sweet. Please don't gamble with the health and safety of your community. Thank you.
Priscilla Lopez.
Hi, good evening. I know you guys talked about funding and being short on many stuff, but I was wondering if there's any way that the landfill could help us keep, the fire department that we have now. Also, I don't know how you can assure us that by having volunteers, how you're gonna ensure us that they are gonna have somebody man there 24/7 and how many, and I'm really confused and shocked with this thing you guys are proposing. I didn't have anything written because what I'm gonna say next comes from the heart. But we had a house fire. Not even the Avenal Fire Department responded within 10-15 minutes. You gotta remember that they have to get dressed and a lot of other stuff to prepare. So I can't even imagine having to wait for somebody to respond from another city. Please don't let this happen to another family.
Kevin Garcia.
Good evening, council. Kevin Garcia. I represent the Kings County Firefighters Association. I'm vice president. And I'm also a fire captain here at the Avenal station. First and foremost, I would just love to thank citizens of Avenal for coming out. It's been a rough year. Been a rough year for us at Station 12. In February of this year, we lost your brother. Doing a job he loved, serving the city he was very proud to serve. And the citizens of Avenal supported us tremendously during that time. That's why we're here today. We're here to support the citizens. I want to clear up some facts. I walked in a little late, I'm sorry, some traffic, but I saw your PowerPoint. I want to clear up something between auto aid and mutual aid. I think everybody needs to understand auto aid is something that's automatically coming. Currently, when you have a structure fire in town, you're getting 4 engines and a battalion chief. 3 of those engines are coming from Kings County and the battalion chiefs come from Kings County. You're getting that automatically. When you enter into a mutual aid contract, you may get 1 engine if available. The request goes to the agency. If the agency can fill it, you'll receive it. If they can't, you will not. So I want to pose this to you. You have a large structure fire in town and Kettleman City Station is on an accident on the I-5 with the station from Stratford. Where are you getting your next engine from? Don't count on it coming from Kettleman. We were talking about extended response time. Okay. There's another community that's affected here. The second in engine to fires in Kettleman City is coming from engine 12. Kettleman City residents are going to be affected by this as well. Okay. I saw in there that you had, some ideas of who'd be volunteering, some city employees, possibly some police officers, possibly some public works employees. I don't know if you've given this some thought, maybe it's something to bring up in your, town hall, but, do those public works employees, now that they're taking on duties as firefighters, now classify as safety employees? Will they classify for safety retirement, which is gonna add to your liabilities with CalPERS? Have you taken into consideration that the job duties are much different? The tools that we use are very heavy. We use them in awkward positions, awkward situations. And as a result, our workers' comp claims are very high. That's something that you're also going to take on. That can be very costly. If you have city workers now doing other duties, who's doing their job? You have police officers responding to structure fires, which structure fires do not take 10 minutes, 15 minutes. They can last upwards to 3-4 hours. Who's policing your town? These are some serious concerns, but first and foremost, the training, the experience, it's just not going to be there. Currently, the 6 employees that you have working at Station 12 have over 90 years of fire service experience in fire and EMS. You're getting ready to replace that with a crew with 0 years of experience. That concerns us for this town. And we couldn't go quiet. We couldn't sit silently. We want to support you all. And once again, I want to thank you all so much for coming out. All the kind words that you've said online and all the kind words you said today. Those folks at the Avenal station, we consider ourselves part of this community. We spend 1/3 of our lives here, 24 hours a day. We spend our money here and we contribute. And we appreciate you guys and we love you. Thank you.
Frank Lopez.
Good afternoon, everybody. Great discussion. I just wanted to share that I'm one of the people who has signed up to volunteer. I love this town. I'd do anything I could for it. I really would like to just share, I got a chance to go visit the Fireball volunteer department that they have there. I spoke with their chief, spoke with a few of their volunteers. They have a crew of about 30, give or take, volunteers. They have 6 engines there. Mind you, yes, they have many years where they've been set up, but I'm always eternally hopeful that the goodness and the good energy of Avenal can always uplift us. I've seen it over the years do that. And seeing them and speaking with them, they tend to have at least 4 to 6 people at the station at all times. I know right now the county only assigns us 6 fire department firefighters, but there's usually only 2 here, from what I understand. I may be wrong, but usually there's about 2. And like they mentioned, sometimes they're on calls, there's other stuff that's going on. Having a more robust volunteer firefighters would give us that power. In fact, while I was there at Fireball, they had a call to a house structure, an abandoned house structure. And because they were training, which they do various times during the month, they were ready to go. And they had four engines there within a minute of the call in their community. So having people who are here, who care, who want to make sure that we are safe is also a powerful thing. Not to disrespect the county. They've done a great job here. They lost a person this year. which is horrible. And we appreciate that. But things do evolve, things do change. So just with that, I just wanted to share that I do see a great vision, if it's possible to have that. And we wouldn't be the only ones. I know they don't leave Lemoore out, but Lemoore also has that pride for themselves. I think we have that here too. Thank you.
Emily Pierre.
Hi, I'm Emily Pierre, and I do not like speaking in public, but with that said, I'm gonna give it a try. I oppose this idea. It is a terrible idea. I am one of the few that brought my baby, so you can look at my 3 beautiful children. You are putting them at risk. If there is a house fire, I do not believe that any of those volunteers would be able to go in there and save my babies, not come July 1st. I am disappointed by the disrespect our city is showing our current firemen. I saw the list of volunteers, and I'm going to say I'm a stay-at-home mom. I've lived here all my life. I went to school with several of them, and I know that many of them were friends of Anthony's and I's in high school. They now work alongside them. And I see these volunteers. They drive back and forth in trucks, so maybe they are available. But does that make them qualified? No. These volunteers don't even upkeep the parks. I took my babies yesterday and the parks are filthy. They haven't been sanitized, but I'm going to trust that they're going to come in and save my house and save my children. Let's address the issues that this city has at hand currently. Let's go ahead and get some volunteers to come help out at Kings County Fire Station. Let them see what it takes to become a fireman, what it will take to save this town. And then we can proceed with a volunteer fire department if those volunteers still want to volunteer unpaid. I'm disappointed, you guys, but I hope that the city council will make the right choice and vote no.
Richard Valle. Richard Valle. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Doug Baboon.
This is Doug Baboon. I'm the King County Board of. I've been elected official for 31 years. I don't think I've ever been to a city council meeting to tell them what they should or shouldn't do. But this is the utmost importance. Just protect the citizens of Avenal. I know what it takes to have a fire department. I know what it takes to have a volunteer fire department. I work with the city of Lemoore constantly to make sure they have the tools they need to protect our citizens. It's not easy. Layton Fire Department's right next to me where I live. It's response in my house. I think you need to think this through. I understand being elected official, the only way you can talk about something is talk about it in public and get the ideas out there. So I understand this process. And so I wish you all the best. But at this time, I think it's important to listen to your constituents here in the city. Let them have their voices heard. I don't have a problem with you guys having a volunteer fire department. But if you're going to have a volunteer fire department, you'd already had one. You'd have had one for the last 10 years. You'd have had one when you started back in 1979 when you incorporated. It's not easy. When I came on a board in 2011, the first thing I said was out loud in a board meeting was we need 2-man fire stations. We just got 2-man fire stations about 4 years ago. Took 27 employees, It took a long time to get there, but we got there. And nothing happens overnight. Nothing's gonna happen between now and August 1st if you decide to go this direction. It takes cooperation, it takes communication. And I don't think the city of Avenal or the administration or the council has any respect for the county of Kings, the way they went about this. I was just informed either Friday or Monday from Supervisor Valley. And, we need to communicate a little better than that. I don't know where the county of Kings has failed you, but we provide a good service. It is expensive. We are working without a contract right now and have so for some time. And you can't negotiate if the other party doesn't show up. So Anthony, that's your job. And I see, Prestiato, you're first on the list to be a volunteer fireman. So when you do that agility test, I want to see that. Because it takes young generations, youth, to pull a hose and get this thing going. So wish you all the best. If you do decide to become a volunteer fire department here in the city of Avenal, we can work with you on that, but it will take you years. Thank you.
Member Reagan.
Hi, I'm a little out of place and I didn't plan on speaking. I've heard great things about Avenel City Council meetings, and I happen to be on City Council in Hanford. I'm also a real estate broker. I've been doing real estate for 23 years. And I do know that it will affect not only insurance, but insurance costs, but it can affect the ability of homes being insured. So if somebody does have a mortgage, and if they can't get insurance on the house, it can cause their home to go in default and could ultimately cause them to lose their house. Okay, and I don't want that to happen to anybody over here. I have my office for my business has been downtown on 7th Street in Hanford for 20 years this month. I have seen over the years, there's been 4 different businesses downtown, one adjacent to mine with a brick wall between it, another building completely burned down, a complex completely burned down. Every single time, county firemen have assisted City of Hanford fire people putting them out. Without our county fire people, our county fire department is unbelievably amazing. We have so much talent with them to where I've seen them put out things, homes and other things and everything that I never thought that they could get out. Personally, I had a fire by my house that was out in the country and they got it out. I didn't think that there was a chance. But we need to starting a volunteer fire department, I think would be a great thing. I know Lemoore's volunteer fire department works very, very well, but they also have the county fire station right by there. I love the idea of starting a volunteer fire department because for one thing, it helps kids or young people take and train for careers, just kind of like whether they're learning how to do welding or how to do auto shop or things like that. If they can take and learn and ultimately get a career in things that are going to take and help save people, I think it would be good to take and do that. But don't make a transition that can put people's lives at risk. We need can honor our them.
Richard Valle.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Richard Valley, represented the city of Avenal for the last 17 years. And, I was surprised last Thursday evening when the mayor and city manager, Anthony, called me up because we've been waiting for months, as we always have, to negotiate. And negotiations have not taken place yet between the Kings County Board of Supervisors and the Avenal City Council. So as I was waiting for you guys to send over a counter proposal to get the talk started, you gave me the phone call. You gave me the phone call and you both told me that you were going to be not negotiating, that you were going to not take our Kings County firefighters anymore, and you were going to go to a all volunteer firefighting service. And as I shared with you at that time, when you told me you were giving me the respect of a heads up, I don't consider that respect, and I don't consider it a heads up. Anthony, you said that The city has been thinking about this for a long time. I've been elected by these people here for 17 years. And the first time I ever heard about an all-volunteer fire department in Avenal was Thursday evening when you guys called me. And that's the truth right there. You guys, some of you, Mr. Mayor, you know, as we spoke, I have a lot of respect for you. I love you as a human being. I respect the hell out of you as a public servant. And you and I have been here the longest. People depend on you, your colleagues, the new city council members. People respect you and they look to us for leadership on here. You've been to my home. We've drank, we broke bread together. We've sipped a little whiskey together in my home. I've never been told about an all-volunteer firefighting service. You know, what is Anthony had these figures up here. One thing that became clear was that this decision is because of how the county's been treating you. And I feel that there's a little animosity when I look at these numbers and I see and feel what's been taken on over the last months. And I'm here to tell you that the county's been straight up with you. They respect you. And if there's anybody at this table that thinks the county or has been telling these city council members that the county is screwing you guys over, then raise your hand, because I want to know who's saying that. Because you got the chairman of the board right here. He'll tell you right now, he'll come back to this podium and he'll tell you that Supervisor Richard Valley fights like hell for you guys. We've even battled and we both have the scars to prove it on there. You didn't give me the opportunity to fight for you. The county has always wanted over the $1 million for years, and you know that. But the county has also worked with you to bring the cost down. And I'll finish with this. Clearly, the community does not want this, and you've heard it. And you guys are under attack a little bit, but I'm here with you. And just like that young Marine who joined Avenal PD, I'm a Marine Corps veteran. And when we're under attack, we close ranks and we fight by each other side to side and back to back. And I will do that with you. We need to close ranks right now, and I will fight for you. But you have to allow me to do my job. So I'm asking you, Mr. Mayor, Council, delay this item tonight and delay the thought of this even forever for right now. And you and I give me the job and let's talk. And if you do that, I promise you, if you want me to, I'll be here bright and early tomorrow morning and we'll get a nice cup of coffee behind the Galleria and we'll get this community going and we'll make sure we're safe, but we need to keep Kings County firefighters here. Thank you for hearing me out. Respectfully. Thank you.
Do we have any closing comments by Public Safety Director Nevares, or maybe Chief Velasco, maybe?
So we may have a comment on Facebook. I know Veronica's raised her hand. We want to, I mean, on Facebook, on Zoom. Apologies.
Oh, okay. So are you going to let me speak now or am I waiting?
You can speak.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So, good evening again. First, I just want to, thank you all for continuing offering the Zoom platform. I think it's a vital tool that allows public participation for those that are unable to attend in person. The unfortunate part of this meeting is that you failed to find the importance in having proper translation to make sure that the entire community is able to participate. And I find that, very unprofessional. And I think that that should have been one of the first things when you were maybe making copies and getting everything together, as you thought about how everyone else would be able to all community members would actively be able to participate. Second, I want to give a quick update on the hazardous waste plan, something I spoke about several months. And I just want to let you know that thanks to our collective perseverance, we succeeded in getting BES to request the removal of item 7.2 from the plan. And this protects communities like ours with municipal landfills from being forced to accept toxic soils. So it's a win for public health and environmental justice. Third, I want to take a moment to honor the memory of Captain Eads. His dedication and faithful service to our community will never be forgotten, and he remains in our hearts. And fourth, as a community, we deeply appreciate all the first responders from Station 12 who over the years have become like family to us. This has been a vital staple in our community, showing up time and time again when we need them the most. And I want to extend my thanks to Kings County Board of Supervisors, Supervisor Valley, for continuing to protect our community and provide essential services, even when funds have been tight. Honestly, given the burden of our community carries with the landfill, you'd think the profits generating would ensure we would receive adequate service. Instead, we find out we haven't been paying in full for these services for years. Meanwhile, people throughout the county are poking fun at us as if we're second-class citizens, and I find that unacceptable. And also, I want to express my deep concern over the proposed plan to sever ties with Kings County Fire, the shift reliance to volunteer firefighters as our first responders. This is not a responsible solution. Public safety is not negotiable, and I urge council to vote against the plan. I'm sorry. Hold on a second. Oh, okay. I urge the council to vote against the plan and thoroughly reevaluate other options. And I'm going to go back to what I said earlier. I think we should take a step back and wonder, why are we discussing promotions, salary increases when our public safety is on the chopping block? Why does our city of just over 13,000 people need an assistant city manager? And again, why are we paying Chriscom for economic development while our local entrepreneurs who live here, raise families here, and keep community vibrant are struggling to keep afloat? And I said, and as elected officials, your foremost responsibility is to the people you serve, your constituents. The lack of transparency and genuine community involvement in this process is deeply concerning. It's frightening, honestly. It is wild that someone actually spent paid time developing this plan, then went on social media and referred to this nonsense as a historical moment. That's not leadership. That's a complete disconnect from the people you were elected or are being paid to represent. This isn't just poor judgment, it's a breach of trust. This community deserves better. We see what's happening and we won't stay silent.
Veronica, your time is up.
And that was the end of my comments. So thank you very much.
You guys haven't even talked about this thing for 6 months. And we understand you guys know about this 6 months ago. And nobody in this community found out anything about it till last week. Next thing you know, you want to change everything. You know what it took to get the police department in this damn city? It took planning for 2 years before they even got people hired. Yes, it did. I was with Harlan Casper when he got them guys in here. And they want to do the same thing. They should have done the same thing with the fire department. Worked it out where you had time to get them in here as volunteers. I was a volunteer, I know. You could be done, but you can't just drop one department and come into a volunteer department. You don't have no equipment. You got a place to put the captain and the chief, everything like that. You have no place to put a fire truck, no place to put your equipment. You have nobody trained. And those guys that you're talking about at City Hall, I like every one of them. But I'll tell you what, it takes a lot to be a volunteer. I was there. I worked 2 different jobs and still did volunteers. Got up at 2 o'clock in the morning, go to fight fires at the houses, went up on the hill, went all the way to Kettleman with grass fires and like that. Those guys are not going to want to do that. I had to get out because I was a supervisor at the school and I had to end up stop doing it. But I'll tell you what, they're not going to want to do it. If they work all day long with you and working that water line out there, they're going to get out at 2 o'clock in the morning and go out fight fires. They're not used to that heavy work. They got to work their asses out, I'll tell you. And I don't think it's going to work in this town. If it wasn't for Mark Hahn, I wouldn't be here now. In 2018, I died. You brought me back to life.
And I'll tell you what, I'm for him no matter what. Thank you.
My name is Logan Brad. I'm a fire captain for Kings County Fire Department. I just want to add one thing. Who's going to do your dispatch? It wasn't mentioned in your little program. I think your presentation is extremely uneducated and you didn't have all the right information.
We still have one more on Zoom. Maria Pisano.
Go ahead, Maria. Pisano.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Maria Pisano. I've lived here in Avenal for, I want to say, almost 3 years. I'm fairly new. I'm originally from Monterey County, where I did volunteer at a fire department that was part of the county. And as an EMT, I can tell you, it takes a lot more than just a class here and there. So I applaud these firefighters that have been here and that did the proper training. Anyways, I'm here today as a concerned resident and homeowner regarding the city's proposal to eliminate professional fire services and replace them with the volunteer fire department. While I understand that the city is looking for ways to save money, I believe this decision will put our community's safety at serious risk. The Kings County Fire Department provides fast, professional, and experienced emergency response that volunteer departments often cannot match. Delays in response times during a fire or medical emergency can mean the difference between life and death. I'm also worried about the financial impact on residents. Many of us live paycheck to paycheck. Replacing our fire services could raise our homeowners' insurance premiums significantly or cause some policies to be dropped altogether. This could hit low-income families in our community the hardest. I respect fully the request that the city pause may have any plans to move forward with this. But why not provide a full and transparent financial audit to the public? Why do we have to do this? Why do we have to pull away from the county's help? Can we hold community forums so that residents can ask questions and offer input or explore other cost-saving options that do not compromise public safety? We deserve to know exactly why this decision is being considered and whether it's truly necessary. The safety of our families, our homes, and our future is not something that we can afford to gamble on. Thank you guys for your time and for hearing the voices of the people you serve. And I appreciate our fire department that we currently have and wish everybody the best of luck, and hopefully only the best outcome comes out from this. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
I'm Carolyn Sims. I've lived here since 1950. But the fire department is really part of my life. Well, when we have to call the ambulance to come to the house, either my son or myself, they're the first ones there before the ambulance. And we don't want to get rid of the fire department because there won't be any more. And the older people, if they slip and fall, or even the younger ones, they're right there to help them pick up. So we need the fire department in this town. And I thank you.
You can continue now with the item, Mayor.
We'll continue with the action. We hear your comments, concerns, and questions, and this is part one. I still believe we have the next town hall meeting, hopefully Tuesday, 6 p.m. And we're probably gonna spend a lot more time talking about it and answering the questions. Giving more facts that right now, because of, we still have to continue with the rest of the agenda. We still, have more items to consider. I would like to see all council present. We're missing one. So, giving more time for everybody to understand, the planning, the operation. I would like to, ask council to table this item and, continue with the, town hall meeting next week. And then consider taking action at the next, city council meeting.
Mr. Mayor, for clarification, would you be willing to amend your motion to also direct staff to start up real negotiations with the County of Kings? Because again, I'd like to do my job. Anthony and Carrie, our CAO, they've talked, they've done their jobs. That's what they're for. But as you know, the negotiations goes back and forth in closed session between the Board of Supervisors and the Avenal City Council members. They would give me the opportunity to see if we can lower your cost a little bit down, to keep the Kings County firefighters on board, but also, as was stated by many, to give you the opportunity of your mission to have some people volunteer and serve side by side with the Kings County supervisors to build up over years for your transition. And that's what I'm asking for clarification for. That's what we spoke about on the phone. And I would ask you to please, clarify that.
Well, I believe I will ask council what, if they have any comments or answers to that question, because I cannot make that decision by myself.
Well, I move that we remove this item from the agenda completely until we have discussions again with the Board of Supervisors and hear more next Tuesday from the community as to what we need to maybe consider doing here. So I move that we remove this item from the agenda for now until discussions are made between the county and hearing the people, more people from the city.
Is there a second for that motion? But we still will move over with the town hall meeting next week.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Mhm. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Angie, roll call, please.
Councilman Reynosa?
Yes.
Councilman Verdugo?
Yes.
Councilman Hernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Preciado?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for allowing everyone to be heard. And again, respectful to all of you, and I look forward to working with you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Because lastly, I would like to mention that we're here to serve the whole community. And like I mentioned before, there's a lot of community members that were not able to attend today, and they're planning to attend next town hall meeting. And we have to listen to all of them, not just the one that were present today.
Well,
In
I
order to
appreciate,
serve
the motion to delay, and I ask that you give that considerable delay, because to get the Board of Supervisors won't even back, this Tuesday. We're not in session due to Memorial Day holiday as well. So, you know, that's gonna, take time, and respectfully, my planned, vacation with my family starts Monday, so I won't be at the town hall, but I am here to come talk to you tomorrow, or any member of the councils that you'd like. And again, you have my word that I will work as always. Give us a little credit. We went from $1 million to $460,000 multiple times. But let's see how much we could help out there. Okay, because I'm going to talk to my board members about one of the costs that wasn't listed up there, and that's the cost of a life here in Avenal. And you can't put a price on that. And I'll relay that to my board on your behalf in hopes that we could stay here and ensure safety. But thank you for hearing us out. It shows you are all true, respectful, elected representatives of the community, because you didn't vote what you wanted. You voted tonight what they wanted. And let's give these council members and staff a round of applause.
Yeah. So.
Yes. What can I do? Yeah.
We'll have a 5-minute recess. Thank you.
There's a few other factors for sure. Yeah. They give you a county some grief on stuff. I don't know. Not bad then. Yeah. And they're fully charged. You don't care.
Bit to work.
Right.
I put water there. If you guys want water. Oye, los dos su thermal. Yeah, then. Estamos haciendo allá atrás. That blue one? Oh my gosh. Wow. ¿Todavía se quedan? We need new ones. Yeah, they need to resolve. I know. He's like, you have it right there. Here's my. I believe. Yeah. It's marked as naked. Okay, someone, I'll say that. I'm at a, no, I'm at a council meeting. No, we had a break. Yeah, I'll send it to you. All right. Yeah, it was. I started.
Sometimes it has to be a fire, you know, like these other things, no fires. But I got.
Doing that, yeah.
I wanted to talk
Yes.
For my report, I changed the format a little bit. I think the cells are kind of messy.
Okay, so we're ready to go back to continue with the regular council meeting. We have next is the Avenal Police Department presentation, and I believe that is item on the agenda number 6, which is activity reports and special presentation. And we do have Police Department activity report by Cecilio Velasco, Chief of Police. Go ahead, Chief.
Good evening, honorable council members, mayor, city manager, and madam clerks, members of the community and guests. This is my monthly report for a portion of March, April, and leading up to May 22nd, 2025. We'll start off with leadership stability. Commander Edward Ridge continues to demonstrate growth in his leadership role. He successfully coordinated staff support for the every 15 minutes program and completed the FTO SAC training. He now oversees the department's field training program, ensuring our officers receive structured and consistent development. We're currently updating our FTO guidelines to remain in compliance with POST. And we're actually working on that now. Chief Velasco attended session 1 of the Post Executive Development course in Folsom, California. This marks a major milestone towards earning the Post Executive Certificate and sharpening the executive leadership capabilities required of a modern police chief. Session 2 will commence on June 9th. And that'll be the final session. The department continues to uphold high expectations and accountability across all ranks. A recent supervisors meeting reinforced the vision of excellence, integrity, and professional standards expected of department leaders. The Avenal Police Department passed both the post backgrounds audit and the DOJ CLETS audit with no negative findings, an accomplishment that reflects our team's diligence and commitment to compliance. In regards to recruiting and retaining the best, recruitment efforts remain ongoing for both Police Officer 1 and 2 and Sergeant positions. Officer Mendez, Martinez, and Lopez are now in the final phases of their field training and are expected to transition into solo roles soon. Officer Christopher Drake was recently sworn in, and is currently in early formative phase of his policing career. His onboarding marks continued momentum in our hiring strategy. Erica Martinez, assigned to the property and evidence technician position, has successfully completed the post-certified crime scene investigation course. She has begun processing minor scenes and is actively shoring up our evidence management supplies and protocols. We want to give her more experience. However, our city is so peaceful, it's difficult to give her some major crime scenes. So our plans are underway to partner with an allied agency to allow her to shadow a full-time crime scene unit for expanded hands-on experience with more major crime scenes. Hopefully, we don't have to use her anytime soon for major crime scenes, but nonetheless, we need to get prepared just in case. International model of community trust. Our community service unit and officers actively participate in a wider range of events this spring, including Rotary every 15 minutes program, which I understand videos out there, which included our police officers that's going viral. which is fantastic. Annual Easter egg hunt, third annual technical and vocational career expo at Avenal High School, APD spring block party, and that block party was well attended. And I want to let you know that it was actually mostly funded through donations. Thankfully, the California Resource Corporation provided a donation. Mid Valley Waste also provided a significant donation, and the Baja Fresh, I believe it's called the Jane Travel Center in Kalinga. They also provided us a donation, and they pretty much paid for the photo booth, the DJ, the train rides, and we had a fantastic time. And most of the overtime that was paid for the police officers there is going to be provided through the tobacco grant that we have. We also participated in Old Timers Day, student versus staff rally at Reef Sunset Middle School, where kids played basketball, or excuse me, volleyball with the teachers and students, and it was great to participate in that. The May the 4th community engagement campaign, where we engaged the community members on social media. We thought it was a fun Star Wars themed social media post in order to engage with the youth, and hopefully that got through with a good message. We held the tour for the Kings County Grand Jury, and they seemed pretty happy with our facility. We officially launched the recruitment phase for our upcoming Avenal Police Explorers program in partnership with the Scouts of America. We've already received approximately 5 applicants and are moving steadily towards full implementation. We are finalizing our burn skip advisory board, which will guide implementation of our outreach campaign focused on mental wellness education and gun violence restraining order awareness. These efforts will provide valuable tools and resources to residents aligning with our community first mission. Among the safest cities in America, our department continues to see a significant reduction in crime. The combination of strategic staffing, proactive patrols, and internal accountability has yielded strong early results. Block safety cameras have been approved and are currently in the installation phase. City permits have been issued, and our vendor is working through Caltrans permitting to finalize placement in major corridors. These ALPR tools will greatly enhance our investigative reach and response capability. We remain actively engaged with regional partners. In April, the department participated in the Kings County Ambulance Commission meeting. We continue to collaborate with all neighboring law enforcement agencies to enhance regional safety and interoperability. As we continue implementation of the momentum policing model, we are diligently investing in personnel, processes, and technology to solidify the foundation of an efficient and responsive public safety strategy. We continue to prioritize employee wellness by maintaining practices outlined in previous months, including promoting open communication, encouraging participation in community events, and reinforcing a positive mission-oriented work environment. As before, officers are given opportunities to engage with the community in supportive and uplifting ways, which boost morale, builds trust, and reduces occupational stress. Supervisors are encouraged to check in regularly with their teams and promote a culture of mutual care and resilience. If you look at our stats, they continue to stay steady around the 700 range per month for the calls for service, which is good. We have 770 for March, 389 of those were officer-initiated activities, 8 citations, 5 traffic collisions, and 32 arrests. For April, 723 calls for service, 369 of those were self-initiated activity by officers, 16 citations, 6 traffic collisions, and 26 arrests. And so far in May, we have 462 calls for service, 256 officer-initiated calls, 2 citations, 4 traffic collisions, and 16 arrests. And I suspect that that'll probably increase by the end of the month. it'll probably average out to the same or less. And that is my report. And I'll take any questions.
Any questions for the chief? How long? I know you probably told us this before, but how long does an officer like this new guy be on the field, stays in the field of training before he actually becomes, goes on by the front?
Minimum for pursuant to our policy, minimum is 10 weeks. 10 weeks.
He can
And
go longer.
they can go longer, depending on how they progress in their training. They could, sometimes it's normal to extend them a week or two, but typically, they have at least, at least need to have 10 weeks. Now, if they're a lateral, post standards, and our policy also matches post standards, there is actually no minimum for them. They can actually come in as long as but we try to at least give them 2 weeks to familiarize themselves with the field. Because for the most part, it's either learning the computer system, if there's a different case management system, or learning the geography, right? The streets and some of the different protocols that we may have. But typically, a lateral has no minimum. And that matches post requirements, and the 10 weeks also matches the post requirements for field training.
Any other question? Chief, on the Explorer, is there an age range on it or?
Yes, the Explorer program, they can be ages 14 to 20. And they age out, we call it aging out, as soon as they turn 21. But typically, it's like that because you can't be a police officer till you're 21. So by that time, we're hoping that they stay with the program and they're navigating towards a career in law enforcement, whether it be policing or corrections. We would like to direct them. Hopefully, they get an idea of where they want to go. And that could be with city police. We would hope with the Avenal Police Department if we have openings by that time. I'm hoping to stay steady, right? But sometimes they go into other fields like California Highway Patrol. There's other law enforcement agencies that they may go to, but nonetheless, it gives our youth an opportunity to learn what true service is. And that's what we try to teach during that program.
Is there expiration date?
Oh, no, we're still taking applications. That day we held that event, it was our first time. And we had just met with the Boy Scouts of America, I think during our March report. And since then, we've had some advisors now, and the advisors put together that meeting. And once it was announced, we got those 5 applicants that came in and met with our police explorer advisors. And we actually had the gentleman from Scouts of America come in on the same day and got some paperwork done. And so we're really wanting to do this correctly because number one, they have a good program at Scouts of America, and 2, they offer good liability insurance. Thank you, sir.
So for, how much is the cost of the police academy?
The police academy, it varies because I know some cadets, they may qualify for the financial aid, and so you may not have to pay so much out of pocket, but typically a cadet could pay up to $7,000, and that would include tuition. It could be a little bit more or less. I'm not too familiar now with the cost exactly, but with uniforms, firearms, some of the materials that they need. Yeah, but now the academy loans firearms, so they do have some help for the kids that want to go to the academy and be a cadet. But it's doable. You don't have to pay it all at once, basically. It's really just a bunch of costs put together that you have to, that the applicant has to fork over little by little, such as uniforms. Well, tuition first, uniforms, and then your equipment. But you normally have a significant amount of time to buy those things, so the applicant doesn't usually have to spend it all out.
Very good. Any other questions for the chief? No, thank you for that report, Chief
Thank you.
Velasco.
Thank you.
With that, we'll go into item number 6.2, and that is community development activity report by Joshua McDaniel.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me? Tony, should I begin?
Go ahead.
Mayor, Council, city staff, good evening. My name's Josh McDonald, and it's a pleasure to be here with you this evening. I am your contract city planner. Kelsey left Four Creeks on very good terms. Everything was fine, and I am the director of planning for Four Creeks. Most recently, I spent 7.5 years with the city of Tulare as their community development director and their assistant city manager. And at the risk of aging myself, I will say that I have 30 years of planning experience, not including college. So you can do the math and figure that out there real quick. So I've been around the block for a few years in the planning world, and I've spent a little less than a month working with Avenal staff now, particularly Angie, who I'm very grateful for helping me with OpenGov. And so far, everything is going well. I'm not sure how deep of a report, Council, that you'd like to hear. So I will just briefly go over the highlights of what I've been working on for the past month. There's been a very nice amount of planning activity, starting with permit activity. We have ADUs that are moving forward, accessory dwelling unit permits. We recently saw a business license occupancy permit for a gym. I'm also fielding a number of planning and zoning inquiries associated with a potential biogas plant. There's been a solar farm inquiry. There's also been an inquiry for potential commercial property development that I've been speaking with. And with regard to long-range planning, the housing element does continue to be developed on the county-wide basis, as I'm sure your council knows. Also, I have had recent contact with the council government staff associated with the preparation of a new municipal services review. So we can anticipate that that will be moving forward here over the next year. I think I'll leave it at that, Mayor and Council, and please let me know if you'd like more detail, less detail, if that was right. I'm also happy to come on out to Avenal. It's less than an hour drive for me, so it's not a big deal if you prefer presentations in person as well. So I'm happy to answer any questions or go into greater detail at your desire. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions regarding this report? Well, nice meeting you, and looking forward to continue working with the Four Creeks. And I think it is good to give us an update on the projects you're working in, probably any new upcoming ordinances or state requirements that will affect our community. That'll be really appreciated. But so far, we're enjoying the contract with the Four Creeks. We've seen a lot of progress in our business with Four Creeks.
I'm very glad to hear that. I will say, just to finish up, Mayor, I joined Four Creeks about a little over 3 months ago. I've known the Four Creeks founders for over 20 years, and it was because of them that they dragged me out of municipal government and into Four Creeks. And it's been everything that I thought it was going to be. And I plan to end my career with Four Creeks. It's just a fantastic organization. So, and I say that not so much as an employee, but as an individual who's just joined them and has had the pleasure of working with them. So thank you very much. And I appreciate it.
Well, thank you. And You survived the planner profession. I'm so sorry. It is rare.
Truly.
So congratulations and continue to see you at the next meeting where we whenever
Thank you.
the next report will be up to. And with that, we'll go into the next activity report, and that is economic development and also grant writing report. And I believe we have Emily online.
Yes. Good
Oh, please
evening.
come.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Glad to be here tonight.
Good
Um,
evening.
To start off our legislative update, we want to summarize Governor Newsom's May 2025 budget revision and highlight how it may affect local priorities. So California is facing a significant drop in expected revenue, about 16 billion less than previously forecast over the next 2 years, mainly due to a slowing US economy, recent federal policies, and the state's decisions regarding spending. As a result, the state must address a projected 7.5 billion budget gap for the coming fiscal year. To close the gap, the governor's May revision proposes several strategies, including reducing costs, such as limiting Medi-Cal, shifting funds and borrowing, so moving funds between state accounts and delaying repayment of some state loans, delaying or reducing program expansions, potentially postponing or scaling back new food assistance and foster care initiatives if revenues fall short, and closing a state prison, which is scheduled for October 2026, saving approximately $150 million annually. Governor Newsom has not announced which prison will be closed, though. For local impacts and district requests, there are limited funding for new local projects. Due to the budget shortfall, the state is very selective about new spending. Most new local or district-specific projects legislators request are unlikely to receive funding this year. The focus is on maintaining essential services and honoring existing commitments. And ongoing budget negotiations. The May revision is not the final budget. The legislature will continue negotiations, but with the current shortfall, there is some flexibility for new discretionary spending. Bottom line, California's May budget revision reflects a cautious approach due to economic uncertainty and lower revenues. While the state is taking steps to protect reserves and core programs, most new or discretionary local projects will likely be delayed. With all this said, we will continue working diligently in Sacramento and inform you of any significant developments as the budget process progresses. We aim to ensure that should any funding be allocated for district budget requests, Avenal's needs are recognized and prioritized in the final budget. As mentioned previously in other reports that we have done, we distribute a bi-weekly Sacramento snapshot that provides updates on important state legislation. Anthony is currently on the distribution list for this update, and we want to add any city council members who are interested in receiving this information regularly. If you would like to be included, please just let us know. For our federal update, Congress is currently focused on the fiscal year 2025 budget at the federal level, with ongoing debate around infrastructure, water resources, and community development funding. The House and Senate are considering several major spending bills, but progress has been slow due to broader negotiations over the federal deficit and competing policy priorities. Earlier this month, our advocate John was in Washington, D.C., advocating for the city of Avenal. He had a great meeting with Congressman Valadeo's team where our local priorities were front and center. We are pleased to report that our fiscal year 2026 water storage tank project is looking good, and we are hopeful that our project will come to fruition. For our economic development update, I want to address the concerns raised during public comments. Our team's efforts to bring economic development to Avenal are not as simple as simply posting a flyer. We work diligently to contact venues and showcase the city, and that is only a fraction of what we do for the city. We work closely with the PD chief to get grant funds, budget requests, and other funding, and have successfully brought back millions of dollars to the city. We have brought the city over $7 million with another $4 million anticipated, a 38-to-1 return on investment. That being said, Our team remains steadfast in pursuing new opportunities to ensure the city of Avenal is on the top of the mind for developers, retailers, and investors. Earlier this week, we attended the ICSC conference in Las Vegas, where we engaged with various retailers and restaurant representatives to introduce them to Avenal's potential for growth and development. Our team is aware that the city would like to have a chicken restaurant in town, so we met with several representatives from several chicken restaurants, such as Popeyes, Chick-fil-A, Raising Cane's, and many more. We also met with some stores that people might be interested in, such as Burlington and TJ Maxx. We will continue to pursue and follow up with all these venues, as well as any others that were not in attendance in Las Vegas. As previously noted, many fast food establishments operate under a franchise model. Accordingly, our team continues outreach efforts by connecting directly with franchise directors to promote Avenal as a viable location for future expansion, which is also a common theme at ICSC. Many restaurant representatives we spoke with stated we needed to find franchisees. Several companies will not assist with that pursuit. Therefore, we need to increase our outreach, and we are doing so. For our grant writing update, a representative from the CRISCOM team continues to attend bi-weekly staff meetings to assist with grant administration and to keep department heads informed of current and upcoming funding opportunities relevant to citywide projects. We remain proactive in researching and identifying grant opportunities that align with the city's strategic goals. There are a couple upcoming grant deadlines that have already been sent out to city staff, such as the COPS hiring program grant due at the end of June and early July, the Safe Streets and Roads for All grant due at the end of June, the T-Mobile Hometown grant, which comes out every year quarterly every year, due at the end of June, and the Recreational Trails program due at the beginning of July. If there are any other grant programs or grant project needs, please feel free to reach out to us. We're always welcome to address any concerns. And that is our update for this evening. Do you have any questions?
Yes, I'm so sorry. I made myself. So the question that I have is regarding the water parks. I believe Chuck was exploring the idea or looking for that type of amusement parks in our area for Avenal. Since we have some non-potable wells that can actually be utilized for that type of amusement parks.
Right, and that has been something that has been on our radar. It's something that has been of interest to the city for a while, bringing some sort of small amusement park, recreational facility, or like other things out there, like a trampoline park or something like that. And so we have been focusing a portion of our outreach towards something specific like that. And we will, there's many dots that need to be connected, like open space, land, and whatnot. So, we're hoping we can make a connection with one of these businesses and hopefully try to bring something of amusement to Avenal.
Any other questions? We have one more.
I got one more for you. Here a while back, I brought up the concept of this building that we're in is a historical building to us. We've been here for a long time, and some of the adjacent buildings to it. And I was talking to some people, some other council members of another city and other about I know there's money out there for
historical buildings to maybe help us, do stuff here at this building. So what would it take for us to apply to register this building and maybe the adjacent buildings as historical buildings so we can go after some grants for that?
That is a great question. So if you, and we can certainly help with the process of registering the buildings as a part of the historical register. What I might suggest is to, were you wanting to do any updates to the buildings?
We need some of it needs some work, yes.
Right. So I would suggest we work to get funding to update those buildings first before putting them onto a national register, because once they're on a national register, you're very limited in what you can do, because then it's well aware that the building is historical. So they'll throw roadblocks at you as you can't do this, you can't do that. So there certainly are funding opportunities for, historical older buildings, particularly if it's used for something specific, like how you use this building for council meetings and such like that. So I would recommend we look at funding opportunities first and then National Register second.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
And in order to qualify for those historical grants, they need to be under the city's name, the property?
Correct, yeah. If the city wanted to apply for a grant, it would have to be owned by the city.
Okay, thank you. All right, no other questions. Thank you very much for your report, Emily.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Good night. And with that, we'll go into our item 6B, which is presentation request, and we have none. Item number 7, which is public hearings, we have none. And we have item number 8, all business, and that is the SRO agreement with Reef Sunset High School District, and I believe we just get an update from Mr. Lopez.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council members. I'll keep it brief. As we reported at the last council meeting, the discussions between the city and the school district seem to be making some traction. I'm happy to report that, at least in terms of use of facilities and potential MOU for after-school activities, we are making some progress. Staff is diligently working on a proposal to do after-school activities, as well as a probably joint use of facilities as well, something where it would be at a low cost to the city. And likewise, we would reciprocate with a low cost rental for city facilities to the school district. We hope to have something by next month, continue the discussions with the superintendent, and they seem to be fruitful. One thing I forgot to mention during the presentation regarding the fire department is that the school district has pledged to assist and help in any way possible, and are also exploring ways to have their employees potentially be funded or work as volunteers and receive a stipend. And likewise, I've offered their spaces for any training or anything that may be of use for the city or for potential fire department. So that being said, things continue on a positive path. Thank you.
Thank you for that report. With that, we'll go into item number 9, which is new business, and 9A is to authorize the city manager to initiate steps toward the formation of a city operator volunteer. That's the one we
Already
moved.
had.
Actually, we already moved. So 9B is to consider approve the agreement with the city of Lemoore for the animal shelter services, and that will include a resolution. So Mr. Lopez will take this item into
Absolutely, and I'll try to keep it brief as well. The council is well aware that there's been discussions with the city of Lemoore regarding having animal shelter services transferred over from the county over to the city of Avenal. This has been done, and those discussions continued as a way of strengthening our partnerships with our local neighbors. They recognize that our city employees and our staff keep a top tier animal shelter with animal adoptions happening across the country. Currently, we already contract with, or corporate contracts with the city of Avenal for similar services. So we're looking to do the exact same. Lemore would transfer their animals to Avenal Animal Shelter up to 2 times a week, and staff would handle the housing, care, and processing, and of course, provide monthly reports. To support this, the city of Lemoore has agreed that on Tuesday they actually voted and approved the MOU that's before you. 1 year the first year payment of $165,000 to assist in costs related to the expansion of the animal shelter facility. And then second year would begin at $125,000 annually with increases of 5% through 2030. This will help cover costs as well as additional staffing and the workload associated with Lemoore's intake volume. As of this report, we're also looking to discuss with City of Corcoran regarding reevaluating some of the cost sharing for an additional full-time employee as well. Again, the point of this partnership is to reflect Avenal's ability to deliver high-quality public services regionally and leveraging the economies of scale of helping maintain animals in a humane and responsible way, as well as bridging those partnerships with our neighbors. That being said, there would be a fiscal positive impact for the city of $165,000 for the first year to support capital and operational needs of this animal shelter. The intent is to begin starting July 1st. The next item on the agenda is to approve the work to do the expansion. So at this time, staff is recommending City Council approve the attached agreement with the City of Lemoore for animal shelter services and authorize the city manager to proceed with its implementation. Any questions?
Questions for Mr. Lopez? I have one. The increase of animals coming here, is there gonna be a limit for how much they can bring per week or day or?
Yeah, so if you read through the MOU, it does have an average that they expect to be bringing in. Yeah. So averages is about 4 to 5 a week of large dogs, because I know that's usually where we have the most trouble.
Yeah, because we don't wanna overwhelm the shelter. Say they have 10, 15, 20 dogs, we don't want to receive a whole.
Right, and that's supposed to be, we had this discussion with them, that anytime that there may be some extraordinary circumstances, they would need to coordinate with staff before doing something like that to ensure that we have even the capacity.
Where's it at again?
Middle of page 3, fine.
At least 25, that says 25 deceased dogs and 100 deceased cats. That means they're already.
They transport them already deceased, yeah.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
for the disposal. Yeah.
Like I said, like, I just don't want to overwhelm the shelter with getting $20 one week and $20 another week, They're doing a lot, and the shelter, I'm pretty sure is full just about every week. Okay, thank you.
That's a valid concern, and that's something I know. Hence why hopefully next month we'll introduce a more comprehensive package of some of the personnel changes to help support all these, a lot of the changes in new programming that the city wishes to endeavor in.
Actually, I would like to say that, it was a good negotiating with the city of Limon. And I believe that when we started with the city of Corcoran a long time ago, it is also on the benefit to the city to help with the expenses and maintaining the overall operation of the animal shelter. What else, we will continue to expand and provide the service, but I also believe it is important collaboration with other nearby communities.
And I'll just mention, and I'll give City Manager Marissa Trejo a credit and appreciation that we sat down, we had one Zoom, well, we had multiple calls and then we had one Zoom call between staffs and kind of discuss what we felt was needed and what the cost would be. And they did not try to renege on it. They said, okay, if that's the cost, it's a lot cheaper than what the county would be charging them. So they were happy to assist with the first year cost of having that construction and then the ongoing costs, understanding that that's helping support staff here as well. So they understood and were willing to support it. And again, because of the great work that our staff has done, they know that they're happy to know that's going to go to a good shelter in the work.
And I believe in the past also we had interest from the city of Huron and also from the city of Colima. So I think it is important to have a well-maintained animal shelter with what's considered as a top of the line when it was built. It's nice. We also have some volunteers actually that go and help on Saturday. Is that correct?
Yes. Thursday.
Thursday?
And Saturdays, they come out.
Yes.
Okay, any other questions? Then we have a motion to approve resolution 2025-32. So we have a motion by Councilmember Reynosa. Is there a second?
I'll second.
A second by Councilmember Domo. Ingy, roll call, please.
Councilmember Reynosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Lulu?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Preciado?
Yes, for the record, let it show that it passed for all.
This one will actually be 2025-30.
Okay, so I'm just on resolution number 2025-30.
Yes.
And the next one will be 9C, which is to consider the concrete work, also drain line and also the animal control expansion. This again.
I can. I'm pretty self-explanatory. And I know Scott's on the line, but I'll try to save him some time. Work will be to expand out in the back. As you know, we already did a smaller expansion a few years back, and that has been pretty beneficial. But we have a makeshift kind of tarp over it. This would be to continue that spacing and then also put actual, not a full on roof, but furnishing a material on top. It's a more permanent material for that. The awning structure. We feel this is what would allow for a little extra capacity as well, not just for what we're intaking from Corcoran and soon to be Lemoore, but also just to continue having a little bit more breadth for the larger dogs. So that tends to be where the spacing ends up running out quickly. So staff, being the public works director, did reach out to multiple contractors. This one's a bit of a tight deadline, given that we want to have the expansion completed before July 1st. So I know that there was only one bidder who could kind of meet that deadline. And you'll see before you take Tierra Construction for 74,430. So we're requesting council by motion authorizing the city manager to enter into agreement with Tierra Construction for the expansion of the Avenal Animal Shelter for amount not to exceed $74,430. And this would be paid for directly by the cost from Lemoore.
Any questions regarding this? proposal. Is there a motion to approve it? We have a motion by Councilmember Verdugo. Is there a second? A second. Second by Councilmember Hernandez. Can you roll call, please?
Councilmember Mendoza.
Yeah.
Councilmember Verdugo.
Yes.
Councilman Hernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Feliciano.
Yes, for the record, it passed 401 absent. And with that, we'll go into the next item on the agenda, and that is item number 10, which is correspondence, announcements, and closing comments. We have
No correspondence at this time.
our city clerk, any closing?
I'm sorry. Yes, we do have two, we did submit two items for the record, actually 3 items for the record on for the public comments. And the council has a copy.
Okay. Are there any closing comments by assistant city clerk? Any closing comments by city manager, Mr. Lopez?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. I'll keep it short as well. Want to thank the council for a pretty productive meeting with the community. Got a lot of feedback from local community members as well as outside stakeholders. And the council will be considering factoring each of those opinions and concerns equally. And want to just reassure the community that, any decisions are being made and all kind of considerations are being accounted for. I just want to announce that there will be a animal vaccination clinic this upcoming Thursday at the Rice Park. That's all. Thank you. It'll be drive-through style. We'll have staff out there. So we'll be announcing, we've been pushing it out to the community, so we do expect to see quite a good crowd. Other than that,
What time?
5 to 8. Okay.
We'll say 5 PM to 8 PM.
I'll verify right now.
Five to 7,
Thank
2 hours. At the bed's home.
you. Yes.
Okay. With that, we'll go into closing comments from our legal counsel. Thank you. So we go to closing comments or announcement by Councilman Reynosa.
Would like to thank everybody that came, the community, and give us their concern about the topic about the fire department, and we're invite them for next Tuesday, I believe it is. For the
Is it 6 PM?
town hall.
Yes, we'll confirm by tomorrow location, time and date.
All right. Thank
Councilmember Verdugo, closing comments.
Yes, I'd like to congratulate you on your championship game there and winning first place. I did attend, example, the Illinois Wine Awards. That was something that I could go see every year, seeing those kids get those awards. I'm kind of sad about the turnout of the dinner for those teachers, but once Mr. Lopez over here keeps continuing to do it, I think more people will show up. Yeah, I'd just like to thank all the community members who came out here and expressed their concerns. And just to let them know that we're hearing them, and we'll do our best to do the right thing. All right? And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for those closing comments. And we move over to Councilmember Hernandez. Any closing comments?
No, this time.
Thank you. And I'll just real quick too, also would like to report that I did attended last week the San Joaquin Economic Board. Appreciate our city managers showing up to be present and being recognized. That was my last meeting for the governing board. I actually served two 3-year terms with them. And a new council member from the city of Madera will be, taking over the small, community on the west side. Which will be the city of Madera, Jose Rodriguez. And, I'll be still, collaborating and working with them. I believe we have a really good, relationship, and I will continue to be on the special city selection committee. And, also, I attended a water commission last Monday in Hanford. We talk about the Sigma and the legal issues that are going through with the state of California and Kings County regarding Sigma. And talk a little bit about water allocation. So far, they're speaking about 50% of water allocation, but they feel it is gonna go up because reservoir is still at a good capacity statewide, including San Luis Reservoir. And also, I attended the dinner for the teachers at the new high school gymnasium, and I also attended the Milton O'Reilly ceremony. And we will continue to collaborating with the school district. I believe want to thank the school district superintendent for providing the space for the dinner for local teachers. Also, we're looking forward to continue the collaboration with the fields that may be opening up to the community with the supervision of the city. I'll be attending tomorrow an important meeting in Fresno with Nissan Farms and Mayor Alma Beltran, who was here tonight. Regarding homeland security, we had invited, we got an invite up to 400, I believe it was 400.
424.
424 elected officials, mayors mostly from the state of California, and believe it or not, we did receive some of them from that confirmed their attendance from far away.
Or Malibu, from what I can.
Malibu. And also there was another one which was by Orange County. So that will take place tomorrow in Fresno from 12 to 2:30. It will be the second meeting that we will be attending. We will be joined by other mayors from the area. I believe Mendota will be attending. Fireball, Lindsay, Wood Lake, looking at Fresno, Clovis, Singer. Hopefully a chapter, I think they also received an invite. I don't have all the names, but we're looking at 20, 25 more or less, will be elected officials, mayors mostly, that will be attending. Also, they're giving the Zoom web site in order to participate for the ones that are not gonna be able to make it. So we're looking at a really high attendance tomorrow. And I also got invited tomorrow morning to a breakfast with the mayor from Puerto Vallarta, Mexico. He's got a really good connection with the city of Fresno. He's coming over for 2 days, and so they were planning on a breakfast, and I'm gonna see how my timing is to go there, and from there go to the other Nissan Farms. With that, I will go into closed session, and if there's anything to disclose out of closed session, we'll be reporting it soon after. Did you already read the statement about closed session? Will you please read that statement?
It is the intent of the governing body to meet in closed session to review its position and its instructs its designees, representatives, any person may directly address the council agency at this time on any items of interest regarding closed session.
Thank you, and with that, we'll open it, we'll have a minute or two to see if there's any public that would like to speak on it after that.
I don't believe so.
If nobody, right?
I think we're good. Okay, go ahead, Mayor.
Hello, everyone. The time is 11:35. We just came out of closed session and at this time there is nothing to report. Thank you and good night. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you.